This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets. The biggest poker names. 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8! Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge, located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena, to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets. The biggest poker names. 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8! Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live for the Dutch Classics final day from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Seat 1, we have Francesco Blasio. Seat 2, Joe Ryan. Seat 3, Maris Kral. Seat 4, Stanislav Yari. Seat 5, Bernd Schulz. Seat 6, Vlaming. Seat 7, Adriano Versini. And Seat 9, Ariane Kashi. Delighted to be bringing you more action. My name is Action Dan. I'm your host and commentator for the Dutch Classics final day. When we get the action restarted in a moment, the small blind will be 50,000, the big blind 100,000 with 100,000 running big blind ante. Ariane way out in front here, 66 bigs, 6.6 million currently. Our short stack with 11 bigs is Bernd Schulz. And we've got 3 or 4 stacks in between that 25 to 35 big blind zone. Second place we have Maris with 45 bigs, and then Joe Ryan with 18. So no one super short at this table. Only 2 players at the table with less than 20 big blinds. Today we have a 40-minute clock, I do believe. And we will crown a champion tonight. Crowning another champion from the King's Resort. Howdy Bird. Hello, welcome, come on in. The water's lovely. The action is just about to get underway. Just in time, sir. This is not the final table. This is the feature table. 23 players remaining. This was a guaranteed prize pool of €300,000. And Kings have done it again, smashing it out of the park. 50 G's, baby, is first prize. The glory, the Dutch Classics title, and first, second, third, and fourth will all receive a €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. So there is a lot up for grabs here. All players guaranteed €1,702 currently. Cards are in the air, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what this day brings. You can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, there are 23 players remaining from a starting field of 1,553. You see in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen the current blind level we are on, how many hands you've got to hear me commentate on today, and the size of the pot each hand. Adriano starting things off with a raise to 200k from the cutoff with King Jack offsuit. Ariane calling on the button, and Joe Ryan calling in the big blind for a really good price with King 9 of clubs. The flop is 4-3 deuce, 2 hearts. Ariane with the best of it here with a straight draw. And his ace high. The turn coming to 7 of clubs. 750k in the middle now. This might have been a good spot for Joe Ryan to rep something. This smacking his perceived defending range from the big blind here on the deuce 3-4-7. And that will be the end of the hand. Ariane picking up that one. Tight enough fold from the pocket sixes. Ariane raising from the cutoff with ace-4 off suit. Francesco calling on the button with king-jack of clubs. Joe Ryan, up she flew and in she goes for 1.5 million with the ace-3 off suit. Yes, Bird, quite a tight fold. I'm not sure his exact stack size, but sometimes those are the kind of pairs that can get you in trouble. But I think playing live poker at a feature table, sixes is going to be good enough for an open. Pretty much most lineups, if there's no significant action behind us, like as in a lot of reshoving stacks, I still think sixes are good enough for an open here. We could make the argument to fold it to deuces, threes, fours, maybe even fives, but sixes and sevens I think are clear opens, and obviously eights, nines, tens plus. I can't remember his exact stack size, but if it was less than 20 big blinds, less than 15, he could opt for a jam sometimes. Any more than 15, we definitely don't want to be jamming. Anything around the area of 12 big blinds or less. This is quite a strong move from Joe Ryan, and it's going to get the best hand. He does have the best hand, but he gets the king-jack of clubs to fold. Mandruli says, depends how aggressive the table is as well. That's exactly what I was saying. There's no point in opening sixes off 25 to 30 big blinds if we're just going to fold to a rejam for 10 to 20 big blinds or get 3-bet a lot. And that's when we need to take a stand. If we're going to open this hand and we have an aggressive 3-better at our table, then we have to be willing to play for it all. Sixes, sevens, and eights, the best pairs to 4-bet jam a lot of the time, because we unblock our opponents 3-betting us with hands like ace-5 suited, ace-4 suited, ace-3 suited, and so on and so forth. We also unblock them having combinations like king-queen, king-jack, king-10, king-9. Some of the 3-bet folding hands as strong as ace-9, ace-10, and sometimes even ace-jack. Even ace-queen the odd time. It depends on the exact stack size. Every hand is different, and that is why we love this game. Raise to 200k from Adriano. Francesco 3-betting to 555 from the cutoff with ace-queen offsuit. Stanislav had a huge flip at the very end of last night where his opponent's tens got cracked by his jack hitting on the river, or was the ace of spades perhaps? He was dead to an ace or a jack on the river. I think he hit an ace of spades if I recall correctly. Good afternoon, Apocalypse UK. Hope you're ready for an action-packed day of poker. I know I am. It's my last day as the host and commentator before I go on a small little holiday. Make use of me while you can. Round to Joe Ryan, folding his jack 10 offsuit and the cut off. Now Maris on the button, ace 3 offsuit, playing 43 big blinds to start the hand. Will min raise to 200k. And he will take down the blinds and antes, which are crucial to be picking up at this late stage. Quarter of a mil up for grabs every hand just by taking down the blinds and antes. Nothing to be sniffed at. Now, Schulz in the small blind, all in for less than 10 big blinds. All in the fella. King 10 of clubs from the small. Ling. King 6 off suit in the big. Decides to let this one go. Blinds are up. Small blind 60k, big blind 120k, with 120k running big blind ante. No casualties so far. Still 23 players remaining. Maris min raising from the hijack, ace 10 off suit. Big blind coming along for the ride for 120k more with ace 7 off suit. Eight deuce is the flop. 1 heart or 2 hearts to go with Adriano's ace of hearts. The average stack 3.3 million, good for a little under 30 big blinds currently. Ming piecing together a raise on the button to the tune of 280k. Adriano, pocket fours from the small blind. I would like to see him re-jam this one with exactly 20 big blinds. This is the stack we want to do this with. Small pocket pairs, not going to hit a 4 too often. And Ming going to be opening the button relatively wide here. But as it stands, it brings in Ariane in the big blind with ace-3 of spades. Three-way action to the flop, just shy of $1 million in the middle. Ten, 8, 4 is the flop. Ariane with an unconventional lead out of 325k will get the call from Ming. But it is back over to the small blind, who has, luckily enough, flopped a set. And this is just music to his ears. Does he want to just call or try get all the money in the middle now? I think a raise just looks too strong. I would like to call or jam if I was in Fersini's shoes. Just depends on what we think our opponents are going to think of our raise here. Raising to a cool $1 million, leaving ourselves with 1.2 behind. This just screams strength. Granted, had he jammed, the same result would happen. It is risky business to just call with our set here and see the turn, but I think that that might be the best play in this particular situation. Yes, man, Julia, there are a lot of bad turn cards, and I think if we're going to play our hand that way, though, a raise looks the strongest. Calling, we might be calling with a draw ourselves, and jamming, we might be jamming with a draw, but raising and leaving ourselves with exactly 10 big blinds behind, I think just screams strength when we're doing that into two opponents. There are a lot of bad runouts for our set of fours, but how often are we going to flop a set? 23 left in a big event. Not often is the answer. Three-way action here. 6, 6, 4, 10 is the board. Ariane, ace queen. Francesco, ace 5. Deuces for Stanislav. Look at this. Stanislav not believing Ariane's bet here on the turn, raising with the deuces. Stanislav raising to 625k there, gets the job done, and that will do for Stanislav. Well played. We've had our first casualty, 22 players remaining now. Francesco flopping the world here. Joe Ryan with the worst possible hand he can have in this situation, pretty much. A 3 and a deuce, he will bet 125k. Francesco just with the call. Turn is the 7 of diamonds. Turn goes check, check. River, the queen of diamonds. Francesco going large-ish. 475 is the bet. Ariane raising with ace-3 off suit. 240k to go from the cutoff. Maris from the big blind calls the additional 120k with ace-9 of spades, 660 in the middle. We'll see the flop, heads up. Flop is 10, 9, 7, 1 spade. Second pair for Maris to go with his ace. Ariane coming up short, checking behind the turn, the jack of spades. Maris now the nut flush draw to go with his pair of 9s. An 8 would make a straight. Checks once more. Ariane going to take a stab. .35 in the middle, 1.35 million in the middle now as we hit the river, the 7 of clubs. Check from Maris now. Does Ariane have another barrel in him? Knows he can't win by checking. It's not a great card pairing the board. He's going to bet. He wants to bet somewhere in the region of $1 million. Yeah, 850. Good sizing. Big decision here for Maris. Not a great run out for his hand. And Ariane would check back a lot of hands on this 10-9-7 wet flop, smacking Maris's perceived big blind defending range. Non-believer. Ariane concedes, and a great call from Maris. Shy baby don't get no sweets. He certainly wasn't shy there. Said if you've got it, you've got it. Put in the 850k, and that's a big shift of momentum in Maris's favor. Ariane taking a hit, was the chip leader of the entire tournament coming in start of today. The average stack now 3.5 million, 22 remaining. There is a page unblooming after 2 more eliminations of the guts of €300. Ariane still playing over 4.2 million. Just needs to compose himself, regroup, not get too down. That was a big enough hit, but still lots of chips to work with. He is putting them to work right away. King Jack offsuit from the hijack, raising to $250,000. Joe Ryan on the button with 8-7 of spades. Schulz the shortest stack at the table now with 9 bigs. Maris the chip leader with 53 bigs. 4 players in between that 20 to 35 big blind zone. Then Ariane in second place with 38. And Joe Ryan with 14 big ones. Hello, Zonk the Bonk. Yeah, nice call indeed. Thanks for joining us. A regular of the Action Army. Hope you're well. We are running a special promo just for the stream viewers. Use the code STREAM10. Get 10% off your order at the King's shop so you can dress like a king. Find out all the information about that merchandise and indeed the resort itself at the website www.kingsresort.com. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Joe Ryan raising from the cutoff. Schulz over the top for $1 million from the big blind. This is a sticky situation back on Joe Ryan. It's just 820k more to call, which is less than 10 big blinds. The problem is, if you're Joe Ryan, this cripples you if you lose this hand. This is a nasty spot. He's getting the right odds against even a hand as strong as Ace King here. But that will put him down to just 5 or 6 big blinds. If he loses the hand, he could just fold and keep 12 and a half, 13 big blinds. Schulz finding pocket 10s in the small blind. Take down the blind and antes. Ming from the small, queen 5 of clubs, 18 big blinds. Ace deuce for Frosini. Probably just want to be moving all in with this one. Yes, again, it's 69. It was just a big enough fold from the button. Forsini getting the job done there with his raise, with his ace deuce offsuit. Francesco Blasio raising pocket eights under the gun to 325k. King Jack 3 is the flop. Francesco C-bet taking that one down. Joe Ryan making his move for 1.5 million under the gun. Ace 9 offsuit. King 9 offsuit from the small of Francesco. Joe Ryan's 10 deuce offsuit on ace 7-4 Jack. These blind v blind battles very important when we are trying to accumulate chips as we edge closer towards crucial redraw with 16 players remaining. And then of course another redraw that's even more important when we hit the final table. The top 4 finishers will all receive a €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Every decision magnified. Every chip so important at this late stage. We have a long, entertaining day of poker ahead for all our viewers. We are on all the platforms. You can find us on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, and of course TikTok. One more casualty is taking place. 21 players remain. Pay jump incoming. Okay, or look, ask where can I find an overview or clerk of future tournaments. You can go to the website www.kingsresort.com. You'll find out all the information about the upcoming events. Joe Ryan raising with the 8-3 offsuit on the button, a bit unconventional. 255k to go. Maris asking for a count. To be careful opening into the small blind of Maris playing such a huge stack. He's playing over 50 big blinds and currently has ace-7 of clubs. A hand he could certainly get sticky with. Depending on what stack size the big blind has, I would probably just move all in. Schultz getting out of the way. Good fold by Schultz, even though he was getting a great price for 195k more. or 150 odd K more. Queen 5 deuce is the flop. This will go check, bet, jam, I would imagine. Just decides to call. Maris checking again. Joe has to know 8 high can't be any good. Does he want to barrel again or give up? Looks like he's waving the white flag. And Joe has somehow got there. Maris has played this one way too passively. Could have re-jammed pre, check jammed the flop. Maybe even led the turn. But now it looks like he's turning his hand into a bluff. There are 2 overcards out there to Joe's hand. This is not a good river for Joe to be calling, but I thought the hand would just go check, check. Perhaps he's going to get sticky for this sizing. 500k to call into a pot of 1.75 mil. He has calling chips in his hand. Does beat some flush draws. Maybe some form of a busted straight draw, although I can't see many out there. So not much Maris or Joe is beating here. That 8 completing straights, 2 pairs. Big decision here for Joe. It's a considerable portion of his stack. Does commit the 500k. Maris will be kicking himself for not re-jamming pre. Or at the very least just check jam the flop. Nice call by Joe. Although, based on Maris's range there, I don't know how good of a call it was. He's not beating much, only busted flush draws. Maris happened to have one of those. And one would have to think that most flush draws would just check jam the flop. Therefore, our 8, rivering a pair of 8s is not really going to help our hand that much on that run out. But he was indeed correct. Wins a nice pot. Puts himself up over 3.5 million. Maris raising with 10-8 off suit on the button. Schultz moving all in with ace-queen off suit from the small. That's game over for that hand. It'll add 480k to his stack. Blinds are up. 80k is small blind. 160k the big blind. 160k running big blind ante.
Blinds sind schon bei 160, du musst auf 320 raisen. Die Blinds sind noch bei 100.000.
Schulz raising from the button, 320k. Jack 7-5. The flop, 880k in the middle. Deuce of hearts hitting the turn. Almost 1.4 million in the middle now. Big blind checks. Button checks behind. River is the queen of hearts. Nice river for Schulz. Takes that one down. Not a good run out for Adriano. Ming with the decision on the button, playing under 10 bigs. King Jack of diamonds. Goes for it. Francesco asking for a count, 1.175 million more. Francesco calling, turning over his dominated. The dominated hand is the King Jack of diamonds. Francesco just with the Queen Jack. $3.4 in the middle. It is Ming at risk but way ahead. 3-1 favourite. Francesco needing some help. Doesn't get it on that flop of 6-5-3. Turn is the deuce of spades. River the 10 of hearts. Ming adds just under 2 million to his stack. Francesco taking the hit. Will be playing 10 big blinds himself now. Morris with ace king of clubs. Raised to 320k. Francesco calling 160k more in the big blind. 9-4 of hearts. Eight, 6-3 is the flop. Good turn card for Francesco. Looks like he's betting $500,000. Take that one down. I think Maris should have c-bet that flop. Checking is fine also with the backdoor clubs, but taking initiative as the pre-flop raiser is more important against the big blind's defending range. Is Maris still out in front with 4.6 million? Ariane, second place, 24 bigs. Joe Ryan, 22. Ming, 21. Adriano, 19. Schulz with 17. A short stack, still over 10 big blinds. It's Francesco Blasio. Malis raising ace queen off suit. Joe Ryan with the option in the big blind to complete for 160 more with 10-7 of clubs. And he does do just that. 880k in the pot, as we will see the flop heads up under the gun against the big blind. The flop is ace 5-5, 2 clubs. Piece of it for both players. Joe with a flush draw, Maris with top pair, queen kicker. Bet of 240k in the call. Turn is the 10 of hearts. Pair and a flush draw now for Ryan. Maris with the decision. Almost 1.4 million in the middle. So you want to bet again here or check behind? Both plays are fine. Probably try to get some more value from a weaker ace X or flush draw type hand. $800k is the bet. $800k is the call. This pot is now getting big. 3 million in the middle, give or take, as we hit the river. The river's the 3 of clubs. Joe hitting the flush, outdrawing the ace queen of Maris. If I'm Joe, I stack the pot ratio. I don't want to give Maris the opportunity to just check behind on this river. I might bet. We could just move all in. We have 2/3 pot behind. But what would we really donk, shove all in on the river as a bluff? Bang, all in the fella, 2 million. Maris with the pretty much insta-fold. Good intuition there by Maris, but not beating much. That 3 of clubs completing the flush on the river. And as I said, I don't think Joe Ryan is just going to be donk shoving with a bluff there. As Apocalypse UK says, he's moving to Iceland. That's a big move, buddy. Given the current climate, the UK is not the greatest of places to be living. I moved out of there and was in Glasgow at the start of the pandemic. I didn't know what way things were going to go, but one thing was for sure, I needed to get out of there. I felt things were going to be bad then, but they've gone from bad to worse, it seems. Ace King of Hearts for Ming. Raises to 400k. One more casualty, 20 players remaining. Ace 10-4 is the flop. Ming taking it down. Sagana says, I mean, if you have mid-pair, 10 high flush draw on a pair board, I think a fold is a good option on that turn. But really good and disciplined fold from Maris. Yeah, I agree. The question is, does he donk shove if a club doesn't come on the river? The answer is most likely no. All he would be repping in that particular situation would be a 5. But when he shoves on that river, I can't think of any bluffs in his hand, honestly. But expect the unexpected at Kings. Always a surprise around the corner. Ariane raising 350k from the hijack with King 9 offsuit. All players now guaranteed just under 2 grand, 1,985 euro. Updated the chip counts. Joe Ryan, now our chip leader with 30 bigs. Ariane 27, Ming 25, Adriano 19, Maris 16, Schultz 15, and Francesco 11. Schultz hitting the flush on the turn here from the small blind. Ariane, the pair of aces. That's 300k. Schulz raising to 700k. Or Ariane raising to 700k. Ariane folding. Johan says, greeting from Poker Party Hasselt, Belgium. We had a wonderful weekend at King's Resort. Thanks, guys. I hope you had a great time. The King's Resort is a fantastic place. Really accommodate all your needs. Everything you want under one roof. A must-see place for any serious poker player. Don't even need to be serious. Any recreational also, but one event ends and another one begins at King's. Non-stop 24/7 action. We love action. Francesco raising to 325k from early position with the 10-9 offsuit. Interesting choice of hand for an open from Francesco with such a short stack. Will get the job done, and that will do for him, taking down the blinds and antes, which are now 400k. Francesco raising with the pocket fives, the following hand. Ariane wants to try flop a set here with his pocket threes. Flop is ace 10-7. Francesco with the 475 bet will take that one down. The initiative and the betting lead continuing. Ring raising to 400k from the cutoff. Adriano jamming from the button.
The other card was a king. No. The other card
Nice
was
pickup for Sini.
Yeah, but maybe not. Maybe not. That's a question. First card, ace, second card, king. The third card was a 4. Please, wait. Please. Because he pulled and then you touch. Or you wait and he put it back. You have to wait. When he did it, then he
3.8 million is now the average stack. Still 20 players remaining.
No, when you understand, when he work and the boss see, hey, how many mistakes you make, he lost his job. It's better for you when you wait. Or for him. Big line. You know everything. Dealer is good. You know perfect. Perfect dealer. How much? 425. 4? Oh, Frank is we will see later. I give you tip. I give you tip for every hand what you did for it. And I give you tip extra when I see on the stream that he has aces. Wait for the card. Now.
Joe Ryan will take that one down. Ariane raising from the hijack to 360k with the ace-8 offsuit. Joe Ryan calling on the button with the king-jack offsuit. Schulz in the big blind here with jack-10 of spades. Folds. I think this is a bit of an overfold here from the jack-10 suited, getting an amazing price to see a flop with such a connected hand. As it stands, he might have got out a dodge here. Joe Ryan with the best of it. Ariane calling. Or betting 500. Joe Ryan asking. How much? Why so aggressive? He asks. Do we want to just call here? Let Ariane bet again. Figueroa, you can see the top right-hand corner of your screen. There are 19 players remaining from a starting field of 1,553. Does just call 2.1 million in the middle. Ariane going to have to shut down now, surely. Does check now, Joe.
Just green, 3 bubbles.
Yes, just green.
Most likely just see a shove from him now. Stack to pot ratio less than 1.
1 point.
Checks it back, sneaky. River, the 10 of clubs. Ariane giving up. Now Joe. Go for a small bet.
King queen, hè? 69. Lucky.
You will see.
Maybe ace 3. No?
Now Joe playing over the 6 million mark. We will have a redraw when we reach the final 16 players. Ariane raising with ace 3 of diamonds into a full table. This is risky business off his stack size. Joe Ryan with the goods here in the hijack. The big slickens. Ace king off suit. $900K is the raise.
Don't give this hands, then you must close.
Ariane not having anything go his way at this feature table. Another pot goes in the direction of Joe. 42 big blinds now as he's fast approaching 7 million chips. Kings of kings for Ming. Two black space cowboys on the button. 22 big blinds. Action. The ladies finding their way for Frassini, but in a bad situation, dominated by the Cowboys of Ming. This is just gonna all go in the middle. What a cooler. All in the fella, all in to call for the other fella with the two ladies. Does flick it in. Going to get the bad news. 6.65 million in the middle here. Frassini just with 13% to stay in this tournament. Needing a lady and needing a lady fast. Ming and his Cowboys 87% favorite here. And that seals the deal. Bar, runner, runner, diamond, king, 7, deuce. Turn is the ace of spades. That does it. Massive pot for Ming. Will add 3.5 million chips to his stack. Disgusting situation for Frassini. Adriano Frassini eliminated in 18th place, which means we have 17 players remaining. All players now guaranteed €2,268. GG, and very unlucky. Blinds are up. Small blind 100,000, big blind 200,000, but a 200,000 running big blind ante. That's how the chips are faring out at this feature table. Ming and Ryan basically tied for chip lead. Schulz with 17 blinds with 3.42 million. Blasio with 12 bigs. Maris with 11. And Ariane now playing 6 big blinds. $17 players remaining. The average stack 4.5 million. We will have a redraw when we have one more elimination. Three players will see the flop. Flop is king 9-8. Little pair for Francesco. Interesting move here from Ming. Betting 750k will get Francesco to fold. His second pair, backdoor diamonds, not being able to withstand the pressure of that size of a bet. Ming playing over 8 million now. Maris all in, and look at this, all in the fella. Call all in from the other fella. Just sixes for Joe, but an all in and a call behind him is going to have to let them go, of course. Action. Maris going to need help here with his king 10 offsuit, dominated by Schulz's ace king. 5 million in this pot, give or take. Is the king 10 in trouble? Schulz with 71% to take this one down and eliminate a player and go for a redraw with 16 remaining. Maris needing a 10 or some other form of help. The flop is ace, jack, 3, all diamonds. Never easy. Maris now with enough flush draw, and a queen would give him a straight. Turn is the 9 of spades. Schulz needing to fade. A lot of outs on this river. Oh, it's the ace of clubs. Schulz basically doubles up. Maris eliminated. And that means, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go on a short break. But stay tuned for lots more action live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. The Dutch Classics will continue in a few moments.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8! Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8! Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets. The biggest poker names. 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8! Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8! Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8! Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for more action live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. We have 16 players remaining in the Dutch Classics. Excuse me, I can see in the top right hand corner there's actually 15 players remaining now from a starting field of 1,553. We've got some new players at the table. One of them, Florian Sprang. Hans Bergman from the small blind. And Ferry waking up first hand here with ace king off suit from the big blind.
David, we'll see you when you call. It's my birthday.
Ferry having a very menacing presence here.
Second is mine.
Nice pickup for Ferry there, the first hand. We are 6 players away from making that final table. Updated the chip counts. Ming out in front, 41 bigs. Our short stack is Martin Verma with 8, then Francesco with 8, Ferry with 19, Florian with 20, Sebastian with 22, Hans with 32, and Grecu with 38 in second place.
I see it back.
Francesco taking down the blinds and antes, which are 500,000 currently. We are running a special promo just for the stream viewers. You use the code STREAM10, get 10% off your order at the King's shop so you can dress like a king. You can find out all information about that merchandise and indeed the resort itself at the website www.kingsresort.com. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Ming with the pocket rockets under the gun +2. Important to note though, going forward as we get shorter handed, the positions are changed. If we're playing 6-handed under the gun is now the cutoff for the hijack. The hijack. Ming raising the full 3x here. Nearly 4 times the big blind with aces is just too much. We are deterring people from playing against us here. A raise to 750k there is just very disheartening to see. It's too much. We want our opponents to play back at us. We want them to be able to rejam. We want them to be able to see flops. We do not want to just be putting in that much chips. Hello, Janot, regular of the Action Army. Welcome, come on in. The water is lovely. Just in time, sir. Martin Verma. Under the gun, all in, ace jack of hearts for 8 big blinds. Hands with the decision, 32 bigs, the hijack, pocket 4s. Ferry in the hijack, ace-5 offsuit. Raises to 425k. And Grecu in the cutoff with ace-10 of diamonds. Playing a stack of 7.2 million. We've seen Grecu before. A King's Resort regular. That is a gigantic 3-bet to 2.2 million. Just an insane sizing to choose there. We are committing ourselves to Ferry. God forbid someone woke up behind us. We've already invested 2.2 million. Could have made it a sizing there of about 1.2. Anywhere between 1 million and 1.4 million. Not messing around there at all. It was Grecu with the 3-bet, 2.2 million. Over 5x the original open. Sebastian Iselhard and a cut-off, king-queen off suit. Raises to 450k. Grecu raising to 500,000. King Queen. Everyone folding around to the big blind of Florian. Calls the additional 300k with ace-3 off suit. 1.3 million in the middle as we see the flop, which is ace-10-5 rainbow. Straight draw for Grecu, top pair for Florian. As we've had another elimination, 14 players remaining now. So bet of 400k in a call, 2.1 million in the middle. The turn is the ace of spades. Florian now with trips. Checking it over to the original raiser, who checks behind. We'll see the river. The river is the king of clubs. Grecu now with a pair of kings. Florian now with the decision to bet or check. He's going to bet. I would like to bet somewhere in the region of about 3/4 of a million. You can call me Action Dan because I predict these things. 750k is the bet. Grecu calling. Florian winning a nice pot there. Florian raising 600k from the small blind with King Jack off suit, and Ferry in the big with Jack 9 off suit. He is indeed from the Netherlands, not Germany. Ming in the hijack, ace 9 off suit. Hello, ECW King. Welcome, come on in, the water's lovely. Just in time, 14 players remaining. The action's heating up here as we will crown yet another champion tonight. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. All players now guaranteed €2,551, with a pay jump looming to €2,834. King Jack 6, the flop. Greco with the pair and flush draw. Sebastian not with much from the small here, turning a little bit of something something. An open ender, but there's 2 flush draws on board, so it's not looking too pretty. 1.4 million in the middle. Greco with the decision here, betting 500k. Does get a call quickly from Sebastian. The river, the queen of diamonds. And Sebastian rivering the straight here. Yeah, I would want to lead here with my straight. I would lead something in the region of a million, 1.2, 1.3, something that looks like a busted flush draw. $1.3 million is the bet. You could have busted spades, busted clubs. And now the decision on Greco. Terrible run out for him. I'm going to try to get a read off his opponent. Big scream coming from an outer table. Nice pot for the 10-8 of diamonds. Greco gets away from it on the river. Martin Verma all in for less than 6 big blinds. 6 big blinds on the nose there with Queen 4. Ming with the decision for $1 million more. Flicks in 2 pink chips. Ming out kicking Verma. Verma all in and at risk and in trouble. Will be a chop a lot of the time. $2.6 million in the middle, 4 in the window. Ace 10, 4. Now it's Ming needing runner heart. Gets one of them on the turn. Always a surprise around the corner at king. Can he hit a heart or a 7? Or Verma will double up. Verma gets the double. Francesco moving all in for just over $1 million from the cutoff. Round to the big blind. Jack 7 for 40 in. Francesco from the hijack all in, Jack 10 of diamonds. Everybody folds, 2 in a row for Francesco. Sebastian, pocket nines, raising to 475k. And look at this action, Ming with the pocket rockets. Now, as has been tradition with Ming, he's been putting in very large sizes. I would like to see him not get too carried away with his 3-bet size. He could flat, but I will believe we will see him 3-bet. If he's going to 3-bet, I would like to see him 3-bet to somewhere in the region of 1.2, 1.3, 1.4 million. 1.2, 1.25 ideally. 1.25 is the bet. Back on Sebastian. Quickly getting out of the way with pocket nines. Ming will show his pocket rockets, and the world will keep on spinning. Andrulia says don't show AA. I couldn't agree more. I believe that was the first time we see him choose that small of a 3-bet size. That could be a tell. He had them previously and he made it nearly 4 times the big blind. That was an ideal 3-bet sizing. 1.25 mil over the 475k bet. His opponent pretty much auto-mucking his pocket nines. Florian taking down that one. Florian, the hijack raising, king queen off suit. Ferry in the cutoff. Ace 10 of spades. Good rejamming opportunity here for Ferry. Ferry is just going to call, playing it conservatively and cautiously. Sebastian behind in the small blind. It's just going to call with ace jack of hearts. I would have liked to see him rejam and take down all the gold that's out there for the taking. Francesco is in. We've got action here 4 ways. Francesco's in for a reduced price of 225k to see a flop 4 ways. Flop is queen, jack, 5, 2 diamonds. Francesco just moving all in for his last 7 biggins. With an open ender but no diamond in his hand. Everyone has a bit of something. Florian with toppest of pairs. Great kicker. Ferry backdoor spades and a good shot straight draw. And Sebastian with ace jack, but it's not looking too great with this many players in the pot. Gets away from it quickly. So all in the fella, call the other fella. 4.85 million in the middle. Florian needing to hold. Turn the ace of clubs. The river, the 5 of hearts. Francesco Blasio has been eliminated. Florian will take down that pot and is fast approaching 10 million chips. Ace Jack regretting that fold, says Apocalypse of UK. Well, he might be regretting it, but he had to fold given the circumstances. All in and call behind him. 13 players remaining now. All players guaranteed €2,834. We are 4 eliminations away from that final table of the Dutch Classics. 6 million is the average stack now, give or take. Very all in with a very pretty Jack 10 of hearts from the hijack for 10 big blinds. Big slickens for Sebastian in the cutoff, playing just under 20 big blinds. Raises to 450k. Small blind is now 125k. Big blind, $250,000 with a $250,000 running big blind ante. Greco raising pocket fives from the hijack to $500,000. Nine, seven of hearts. $250,000 to see a flop for Florian. Does commit the chips, and here we go. 1.375 in the middle. Flop is ace, queen, 9. 2 clubs. Greco, 3 overcards to his pocket pair. Gonna have to find a continuation bet here. Bet at 400k and a call. Turn is the king of hearts. Goes check, check. And look at this, always a surprise around the corner of kings. A 5 of spades hitting the river, giving Greco a set. And the best hand. Now, what sizing does Greco want to go? I think somewhere in the region of 800k. Going for a way larger size, 1.6 million. Florian jamming from the small with the King 7 offsuit. Ming in the cutoff, ace king off suit. 750k to go. Takes down the blinds and antes. Florian raising from the cutoff, 550k, ace 3 off suit.
That was scary. Sorry? That was scary. For you. Sometimes I must test.
Sebastian just defending with the ace jack from the big blind. Would like to see him re-jam a hand as strong as ace jack. Just too much money to take down pre-flop. King 8 deuce is the flop. Yes, KM, this event seems softer than the others we've been watching in recent times. We have been absolutely spoiled for choice over the last 4 to 6 weeks. The Euro Poker Millions. Also, the 3 World Series of Poker circuit events. And of course, that amazing PLO event also. That's 4 or 5 events in a row that have been of higher buy-ins, higher prestige, but not to take anything away from this Dutch Classics or any other event at Kings. There's still 50 G's, baby, for first and a Savage title. And you best believe this is the calm before the storm. Non-stop poker action at King's, but the biggest event of the year is about to commence. The World Series of Poker Europe is on for 3 whole weeks. And Ferry, look at that, makes a really good laydown with the ace-10 of diamonds. Ming with the ace-jack off suit, raising to 650k. And Verma, Ferry might have just saved his tournament. $4 million in the middle, all in the fella, called the other fella. Verma way ahead here with ace king against Ming's ace jack, and ace dead, of course. 8-3 deuce 2 hearts is the flop. Ming needing a jack or some running hearts. Turn is the queen of clubs, no help. Verma 1 card away from a double up. Oh, it's the jack. Always a surprise around the corner of Kings. The jack eliminating Verma. 4 million pot going in the direction of Ming. Very, very unlucky for Verma. He will be our 13th place finisher, taking home €2,834. That means we are down to 12 players remaining. And this man now playing over 11 million. First, second, third and fourth will all receive a €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket, as well as the prizes you see illustrated on the Action Army Twitch stream chat. Ming with 44 bigs, Florian with 38, Grecu with 22, Sebastian 14, and Ferry now with 7. We'll come back with 2 players of 6. I don't believe there is a break. It will just be for a moment.
Yeah, we continue.
No break, the players are back. I think they were just waiting for the hand to finish at the other table. We will come back with 6. Back to the action. Florian, king queen off suit, playing just shy of 10 million. KF says, bet you're already halfway to the fridge. No, not on this occasion. I'm still being very good with my diet this month. Nearly completed sober October now also. I will be sure to have my dinner at the next break though. You best believe that. Very all in. We're going to have action here. Grecu, pocket nines. He won't be folding. All in the fella, all in the other fella. There's Ferry that's going to need help. Grecu way out in front here, 71%. The King 8 of Hearts needing to hit. 4.225 million in the pot. King in the window. King, Queen, Jack. Now Ferry's King way out in front. 76% for him to double up. Turn is the 4 of clubs. This will be a big-ish hit for Grecu. Third of his stack at risk. The river, the 8 of clubs. Ferry doubles up. Big moment for Ferry with 12 players remaining. Hello, Fender Bender. Come on in. The water's lovely. You're just in time. Nothing Greco can do there, just unlucky. That is the wicked ways of No Limit Hold'em, unfortunately. If the best hand won every time, we wouldn't play the game. He seems upset that Ferry shoves the King 8, says KM. Well, leave your feelings at the door if you're playing poker, especially tournament poker. No Limit Hold'em tournaments are brutal variants. Two black ladies for Sebastian in the cutoff. And we've got more action. Mac Money, first hand at this feature table, playing 6.5 million. As we've had one more elimination. Mac Money all in. All in the fella. Call the other fella. 7.725 million in the middle. The classicest of races. 53% for Sebastian. 47% for Mac Money. The flop is 10, 7, 6, 2 hearts. Sebastian way out in front now with his queens. The turn is the 4 of diamonds. The river, the 3 of spades. Mac Money cannot get the job done. Double up for Sebastian. Mac Money will lose about half his stack. I said the word races wrong, is what happened, Apocalypse. The slip of the tongue. I beg your pardon. I never promised you a rose garden.
Huh? What word is it? Go ahead, please.
Thanks for the love, lads. Much appreciated. 11 players remaining. The average stack 7 million. Sebastian raising to 525k. And look at this action. Ming with aces. This is his third time with aces at this feature table. Just incredible. Now, I'd like to see him just bet about 1.5 million. Okay, exactly 1.5 million. 1.55.
Aces again.
Little bit of cheese on top. 2 green chips. Takes it down.
Give the rondje.
What a seat, yeah. He's had aces 3 times in 67 hands. And some other big hands as well.
And blackjack.
Running hot is our Ming as we edge closer to that final table.
Ik heb een hele toernooi tot hier. Jacks was het hoogste hand.
En nu? Het belangrijkste is als je ja, toch? Stel dat als je vrouw tegen haar koning moet flippen, als die haas nu er even komt, dan heb je normaal wel op.
That is the third time he's had aces. That's the third time he's showed aces. Too much free information, although we do like a friendly environment. Lots of camaraderie at this feature table. I don't mind showing aces 3 times if I'm going to pull off a huge bluff where I'll get credit for having a big hand, most likely, if I'm just showing the nuts. But if you're not going to use that to your advantage, then it is pointless giving away all this free information. All you're telling to your opponent is, oh, I'm running hot, watch out. But if you're going to be a card rack, you're going to get no action.
Dan in een kaarsje gebrand. Dat brengt geluk en gezit.
Florian's raise from the cutoff, getting called in the big blind from Sebastian. Flop is Jack 7-7. Bet 350k from Florian will take this one down. Greco with the ace-5 offsuit on the button. Raise to 600k. Mac Money in the big, playing just under 10 big blinds. Predict we could see some action here. All in the fella. If I was going to raise to 600k from Greco's point of view, I might as well have just jammed all in. Put himself in a very sticky situation here with 2 million back for him to call, less than 10 big blinds. Instead, he just decides to raise fold.
Side bet. Precies die twee van de Muppet Show. All over standard. Daar.
Dick Spiegelberg says, let's go Ferry. There was a lot of support out for a guy called Johnny last night, but he was unfortunate and could not make it into day 3. Ferry is the short stack, but he's still playing 14 bigs. Mac Money the same. Greco with 19. Sebastian 25. Florian with 35. The chip leader out in front. Ming. Way out in front. KM asked, are all the monster stacks on the other table? It seems too shallow this early on. Like I said, some of the events we've been watching the last 2 weekends are more deep stacked. This is 40-minute clock. It's a 250 buy-in. Not the same structure. Still a lot of play left in this one, but not going to be as deep stack as a Euro Poker Millions or a World Series of Poker circuit event. I mean, if you just take into consideration the events that have been on the last month, you've had the monster stack, you've had the mini main event and the main event, all of the World Series of Poker circuit events. You've had the PLO, which was deep, but it's a different game, and then you've had the Euro Poker Millions. So this is the first one in 5 or 6 weeks that's been a 250 buy-in. Greco raising with the pocket sevens from the hijack off less than 20 bigs. Gets the job done, will add 625k to his stack. Jack 10 of clubs for Ming on the button. $670K, 75K was the bet. Take down the blinds and antes once more, extending his lead to over 12 million now. Just shy of 50 big blinds. If he keeps accumulating chips like this, he's going to be a hard man to beat. Very all in from the small. We'll take the blinds and antes this time. Greco won't be calling with 9-5 of hearts. KM asked, was it a 50k starting stack? I believe somewhere around that region. Sometimes that's what happens, KM. A lot of the bigger stacks can be on the outer table. Sometimes we're absolutely spoiled. The feature table really plays out so deep and intricate. The dynamic much deeper. It's always a rough and tumble with no limit hold'em. You don't know what you're going to get. Ferry just folding this on the button. Queen 10 with no action behind him. That was a great opportunity to just move all in, or at least min raise. Greco in the small, just calling the additional 125k. Sebastian checking his option. Good flop for Greco. Goes check, check. The turn is a 7 of diamonds. River to 6 of clubs. Now Greco with the decision. Bet of 600k and a call from the king high of Sebastian. Greco will take that one down. All in the fella from the small blind. King 10 off suit.
Aggression.
Mark money out the way.
Yeah, you didn't with 10 yes. I don't know.
Oh, sorry.
Greco raising to 600k with the jackline off suit from the cutoff. Mark money in the small, 10-8 of clubs. Lets it go. Ming in the big. King 9. Having Greco dominated. Would imagine he will at least see a flop. Flop is 10, 6, deuce, 2 hearts. Greco betting 350k. Ming piecing together what looks like a raise. He's going to raise. I'd like to see him raise in or around a mil. 925 is the raise.
Very nice.
Greco, a non-believer. Interesting. Nice play by Greco. Not believing the raise from Ming. Ace 6 deuce. All hearts is the flop. Two pair for Florian. Grecu top pair. 10 kicker, which is also a heart. This is going to be action. Grecu betting $1 million. Turn the 3 of hearts. I would have liked to maybe see Florian check raise, not risk another heart or a bad turn and river card coming out here. Goes check, check on the turn, the river, the king of clubs. As it stands, it gets checked down. Grecu will win. Grecu winning a few pots in a row here is now up to 11.3 million. Small blind now, 150k. Big blind, 300k. 300k running big blind ante. Still 11 players remaining. Ming with the raise to 800k will take down the blinds and antes with his ace-5 off suit from the button. Turn card sealing the deal there. Ferry going to be left with absolute fumes. What a moment for Mac Money there, flopping the world. Got to win those flips. Very unlucky on that occasion. Nothing he can do, of course, with ace jack of clubs. It's got to go in the middle. Florian with the raise, 650k with pocket sixes. Sebastian calling in the big blind, 350k more at the 9-7 offsuit. Ace King 5 is the flop. Goes check check. The turn is the deuce of spades. Check check again. The river, the 3 of diamonds. This one looks like it's just going to be checked down. The sixes will win. Florian from the hijack, ace deuce offsuit. Lets this one go. Greco on the button, pocket fours. Oh, I'd like to see him just jam this into these 2 stacks. Neither player playing more than 20 big blinds. It's just going to get us into trouble. But as it stands, Sebastian with the ace queen offsuit, and Greco 3.3 million ish for him to call. 3.2. 3.275. See, if we just jam all in, we take this move away from our opponent. Granted, of course, he's going to be going with ace queen, but he has to have a hand strong enough to rejam or to call off. We just put ourselves in this really sticky situation with a small pocket pair. If we just jam all in ourselves, we don't. Our work is done. If they call, they call. If they fold, they fold. Greco getting out of the way with his pocket fours. Sebastian picks up 1.2 million. Greco still with 10 million. Sebastian taking that one down, adding another cool 1.35 million to his stack.
That's good to know.
Mac money on the button, ace 10 off suit. Moves it all in. Florian in the big blind, pocket sixes. Big decision here for the pocket sixes. Big fold from Florian, but with a very workable stack of 22 bigs, not wanting to call it off in a coin flip situation for most of his tournament life. Understandable.
It's harder for you to call it off with pocket sixes. It was English.
Ferry is all in by default with 7-6 off suit in the big blind. Action. Florian with ace queen. All in the fella.
Six is enough. Of course, I know. That's what you can do for me.
Ferry can double up. Handsome. The flop no help to him on king 3 deuce rainbow. Turn is the queen. That will seal the deal. We are down to 10 players, which means we are on the final table bubble. GG Ferry. Take home €3,161 for your efforts. Fold around to Ming. Raises to 750k, and Florian on the button with ace-10 off suit. The 3-bet coming to the tune of 1.95 million, and Greco in the big here with pocket eights. Ming will fold.
You are always like him.
This time I was like.
2 jets. If I raise you call me. Call me with 10 8. No, he was not good. Yeah. Now he was big by 100%.
$900k is the raise from Ming. Pocket eights. Mac Buddy with pocket sevens in the big blind. We'll see a flop. King Queen 6 is the flop. This buy-in was €250. Old Bill. Ming betting 1.25 million. You are very welcome. You're just in time. Come on in. The water's lovely. 10 players remaining. One more elimination away from the final table, where they will be playing for 50 G's, baby. Update of the chip counts. Ming out in front with 35 bigs. Greku with 28. Florian 27. Sebastian 21. And Mac Money with 17. Things are evening out here at this feature table. 3 players between. All players in that zone between 15 and 35 bigs. 3 players in their 20s.
Aces, sevens and eights. What an eight, what a seven. And then some.
Shots. Oh. Keiner Shot.
Kleiner Short.
Ja, wir beide nicht, ne?
Ming in the small. King Queen of clubs.
Du sagst es. Das wird kein böses Wort. Scheiß drauf, Kabel.
Florian calling in the big blind. Ace deuce of diamonds. Flop is 10-8-4. Turn giving Florian the ace. Pair of aces. Bet is 675k in a call, over 3 million in the middle now as we hit the river. River is the queen of spades. Check from Ming. Good sizing here by Florian. Really targeting a hand exactly like the one Ming has to get paid by. Ming making the crying call. Nice hand for Florian. Momentum really shifting in Florian's direction the last orbit or two. Florian on the button, 650k to go with 10-8 offsuit. Sebastian adjusting to the fact that Florian is opening a lot, re-jamming the King 9 offsuit. Nice play from Sebastian. Blinds and antes will eat your stack alive playing short-handed this close to a final table. You got to make moves, and that was a good example of just that. Adding 800k to his stack.
You are allowed to hold the button once. They have to at some point.
Florian really putting the foot down on the gas. Raises to 650k, Queen 8 of hearts this time. Greco looking like he wants to make a move. Be 3-bet to somewhere in the region of 1.6, 1.7, 1.8 mil. $1.8 is the bet. Picks that one up quickly. Greco raising to 600k. The Jeffries for Sebastian just calling in the cutoff with the Jeffries. Mac money on the button. That's a fantastic fold given there's an open and a call. It's a great opportunity for us to re-steal all that juice out there for the taking. Decides to let it go. Nine, 7, 3 is the flop. We could have action here because Florian has flopped top of the pairs, king kicker, backdoor flush draw. Greco with the betting lead. Bet is 600k. And Sebastian now with a raise to 1.7 million, a quick raise as well. This could allow Florian just to get out of the way. It's just such significant strength in front of him. Had he just called with the Jeffries, Florian might have put in a raise to see where he was at or even jam all in. But as it stands, Sebastian's quick raise to 1.7 million here on 973 will just scream strength. Gets Greco to fold, of course, and allows the big blind to get away from top pair king kicker. Seven, 3 of diamonds, betting 300k on king, queen, 10, 2 club. Flop. Greco folding 6 high. Eighth floor plays 8-4.
Next break will be when we reach final table. Okay? Final blue break. No breaking for a minute. When we reach final table, we'll do the break.
You've heard the man. There will be no break until we reach the final table. With just one elimination to go, shouldn't be too long. Florian raising with the 9-7 of hearts from the cutoff. Get Mac money to fold his queen 3. Sebastian on the button, 2 ladies. Raising to 625k. Ace 9-5 is the flop. Ming outdrawing the 2 ladies of Sebastian's from the button. The raise to 1.75 million gets Sebastian to fold his ladies. We will move on to hand 100 of the final day of the Dutch Classics live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. One elimination away from this coveted final table where the winner will receive 50 Gs and a €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket is up for grabs for first, second, third and fourth finishers in this tournament. All players guaranteed €3,161 with a pay jump looming of about 2 buy-ins. Mac money, 14 bigs on the button, 10-9 of spades. All in the fella. Sevens for Mac Money in the cutoff, 12 bigs. Blinds are up. You heard the fella. 200k small blind, 400k big blind, 400k running big blind. Anti Greco should probably be calling this, honestly, great opportunity, but the problem is it's 5 million of his 8 million stack. Greco gets out of the way. Raise from Florian on the button and Greco with the kings of kings from the small here. Space Cowboys finding their way into his paws. Playing exactly 20 big blinds to start the hand. That's a 3-bet to 2.2 million. Florian losing the minimum. Greco winning the minimum.
Relax. Relax. Your mind to be clear. Never look at
Florian raising to 800k. Sebastian moving all in with pocket fours from the button for 6.3 million. Mac Money behind in the small. Pocket tens. Huge decision here for Mac Money with a raise and an all in behind him. But tens is just such a strong hand, especially short-handed, playing five-handed here. Big fold from the Mac Money there with the two tens. That was a golden opportunity to get a stack going. I do understand it though. You're playing for 3 hard, long days fought on the felt. An open and a jam behind you. It's for your tournament. 1 player away from the final table. Our brain can play a lot of tricks on us. He definitely regrets it already, but in them moments we convince ourselves we're in a coin flip situation at best, and it indicates us towards a fold. Ming with pocket kings in a small blind. This guy's been a card rack for most of this feature table all day. So far, so good for Ming. I can't see what the other player has, Florian, but he has called whatever the amount is. Jack 9. Oh, action. Top pair for Florian, playing 14 bigs. Ming, an over pair to the board. I don't see how this doesn't just all go in. And Florian had been playing so well, had his stack up to nearly 12 million. It's gone all south for him since that moment. I don't think there's any way out of this. Ming betting huge here, 2.2 million. That's crazy sizing when you're trying to get it in, but it doesn't matter. All the money is gone in. All in the fella called the other fella. Kings for Ming. Florian with the Jack 9 needing help. 21% to survive in this tournament. We will not have an elimination because he'll have a small bit of change left over. Well, it's Ming that will have a bit of change left over, 925k, but Ming needing to hold, Florian needing a Jack or a 9. Turn is the ace of diamonds. Is there a surprise around the corner at Kings? No. They're going to do a chip count to verify. I think Florian actually might have some left over. It's the other way around. It's Florian that's going to be left with 2 big blinds.
You play some hands. Aces,
3 times aces. Yeah? Kings now?
too many hands, my friend. Too many hands.
Where are you from, sir?
You, me? Germany. You?
Belgium.
Belgium?
The surprise was, KM, that Florian is still in. He wasn't covered by Ming. That was the surprise. Great minds think alike. You're on the ball as per usual. I'll be going straight to the fridge this time. Straight to the dinner table, KM, for a roast dinner. Be back then to bring you all the action at the final table and crown yet another champion live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Ming calling the additional. Grecu calling the additional. It is Florian at risk. Grecu and Ming most likely going to play friendly and check this one down. But we will see what way the board comes. 5, 6, 7 is the flop. Goes check, check the turn. Check, check the river. Everybody shows down. Florian will be eliminated in 10th place. Very unlucky run of cards for Florian. Played well. GG, sir. Unlucky. That means our final table is set. We will have a 20-minute dinner break, and we will be back then to bring you all the action from the final table. Stay tuned. Back in a few.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets. The biggest poker names. 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8! Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8! Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets. The biggest poker names. 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8! Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets. The biggest poker names. 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8! Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets. The biggest poker names. 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8! Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
There's no problems with any other devices. Headphones, smartwatch, mobile phones, nothing like that. Any electronics, we'll take over there. Done. Final take table will continue, but on last position, like 200, 400, this is 400. Good luck, all of you. Champagne, please.
Alrighty, we've got our final table underway. Hope you all enjoyed your break and are ready for a fun-filled, entertaining final table. No one really running away with this one. Few middling chip stacks. 9 remain. Schulz with the pocket kings. Raising the full 3x here to 1.2 million. You can see every time you take down the blinds and antes, you're adding 1 million chips. Yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. 1 million chips to your stack, which is very crucial at this late stage with 9 remaining, playing for 50 G's up top. If you are just joining on this Monday evening, you're watching the Dutch Classics main event final table live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. My name is Action Dan. I'll be your host and commentator for the duration of this final table until we crown yet another champion. First, second, third and fourth will all receive a €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. So that is going to be on their minds every decision that they make. Excited to see how this one plays out. All players currently guaranteed €3,800, with the pay jumps just going to get more and more significant as we get closer to those podium positions. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Sebastian raising to a cool mill with pocket rockets from under the gun +1, playing about 16 big blinds behind. He will, unfortunately, just get the blinds and antes added to his stack on this occasion. All in the fella, hands the shortest stack at the table, moves all in from the cutoff for just over 11 big blinds in total. will take down blinds and antes and add 1 million to his stack. Just by taking down the blinds and antes there, he's added 25% to his stack, which is so significant at these final tables. Folded all the way around to the button. Schulz raising to 1 million with ace-8 offsuit. That will get the job done. That will do for Bernd Schulz. Always good to get a walk. He did have an ace in the big blind, however. So Yanis 69 asks, he's curious why nobody defended big blind with suited hands. It's just the dynamic that's developing at this FT. They're 5 eliminations away from securing that €10,000 ticket. Also, the pay jumps are huge. For a lot of these players, it's a €250 buy-in. This will be their biggest chance, basically their biggest moment of their poker career, with the opportunity to win 50 G's at stake. The shortest stack playing just over 10 bigs and the biggest stack playing 35. So there's not the biggest difference between the chip leader and the bottom stack. A couple of pots here and there, an all in, a double up, give or take, suddenly you're the chip leader. So that's why you don't see them risking it with suited hands in the big. They're just going to pick their spots very carefully. The bigger of the stacks at the table can really apply maximum pressure to the shorter stacks. And that's why defending certain hands is not as profitable, because our opponents will and should be putting serious pressure on us when we defend. There is a good example of that. Sebastian repping there a king, a queen, something along those lines when he really had pocket fours, and that's because he has the initiative. He was the opener, he has the betting lead, so his hand is inconsequential there. He just has to c-bet on that board to rep a way bigger hand than he has. His pocket fours facing 3 overcards there, but not deterring him from betting and getting a hand like ace deuce, something along those lines. To fold there and then is more optimal than checking behind and letting ourselves be bluffed on later streets. Two black cowboys for Mac Money. And Mandrulia sums it up there a lot quicker in words than I did from my long elongated explanation. Not getting the pot odds to hit when out of position with such shallow stacks. Sums it up perfectly. Well put, Mandrulia. Meanwhile, we've got action. Mac Money raising to a mil. Brian all in, the fella, 6.75 mil. All in, the fella, all in. The other fella, 13 million in this pot. The nines for Brian, dominated by the Space Cowboys of Mac Money, the Pocket Kings. They're very close in chips. Brian won't be eliminated, but he'd be running on fumes. Mac Money set for a huge double up. Flop is Queen 7-4. No help to the pocket nines of Brian. Turn is the 5 of diamonds. 9 or 9 only. Doesn't happen. It's the 7 of hearts. Big moment for Mac Money. Huge, huge, devastating hit for Brian. Nothing he can do. Just a cooler, ladies and gentlemen. Mac Money will collect his newfound gold. Lots of it. He's a real contender now, playing over 10 million. Brian all in, the fella, for 700k. Just under 2 bigs. Greku in the small, going to give some action here at the King Jack of Hearts, I presume. Joe Ryan might come in for the ride here as well for 300k more. Yeah, he could just isolate and go all in, Chuglow. but knowing that if he just calls in the small, Joe Ryan is going to be priced in, and they have the ultimate opportunity to knock out an opponent, go eight-handed. Flop is 8, 7, 6, 2 clubs. Good flop for Joe. Turn is the ace of hearts. A great card for Brian. River of 3. So Brian is going to triple up. You have a Troglo. If he jams all in, then he doesn't give the opportunity to knock out the player who's all in. Doesn't give the big blind the opportunity to help him knock out the player. So therefore, that is why you've seen him call on this occasion with King Jack of Hearts and not move all in. Schultz raising to 1.1 million from early position. Playing over 12.5 million to start the hand, or just under it. Hand 700k more for him to call in the big blind with ace-7 off suit.
Welcome to the table. I play with him.
I was with him yesterday. You told me about him.
Yeah.
He played 99% of the hand and now he 4 days of the big
I understand everything. I understand everything.
I can't
Respect
believe
that you was with him on the table so long.
Great to see them talking, laughing, having the crack, winding each other up at such a big moment of the tournament.
Classic. Dutch classic.
Ming raising to 900k from the hijack. Joe Ryan, ace king off suit on the button. All in the fella, 4.3 million to go.
Next time you can call the 6 million. You can call
100%
the 6 million.
we have to best hand.
Look at this.
Okay.
You will see.
Okay.
And then you will say good food. Then you will come to me and say good food. 6 million is
not easy to call.
6 million you have? Wait, where 6 million?
Oh, sorry, 5.
Hey, 5 now? With
Five
friends
and a half.
and kids race.
No, sorry, 6 million. No.
Now
Before,
6 million,
before,
yes.
before was 4.5.
3.5. 3.5.
Yeah, UT. That's true. That's true.
Look at this, Brian raising to 2 million. And Jurgen with pocket tens, 2 million for him to call. I would like to see him just rejam here. Brian's basically all in. Does go all in over the top. $6 million in the middle here. All in the fella, all in the other fella. 51% for the pocket tens. Ace Jack, 49%. Fair fight at kings here. Brian is all in that risk. Would be a big hit to Jurgen's stack if he was to lose. King 6 deuce is the flop. Turn the 3 of spades. Brian needing help on this river. He will be eliminated. Cannot get the job done. Brian will be our 9th place finisher. GG, sir. Unlucky. €3,800 is yours. Means we are down to 8. All players guaranteed €4,870 now. We are just 4 eliminations away from everyone else, everyone being guaranteed a €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. You see the disparity of chips here. Schulz with 31 bigs, the shortest stack having 11. So only 20 big blinds separating 8 and first place. And there's a fair fight in the middle here. Everyone between 15 and that 30 big blind range. Second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth, seventh place, all fighting within 10 to 15 big blinds of each other, which is really not that much with these blinds and antes coming around, devouring your stack fast, especially as we get more and more short-handed. We've got action. Mac money. 1.5 million to call. I thought Sebastian might just go all in, but has elected for a 3-bet to 2.5 mil. The Jeffreys just getting the blinds and antes. Hans Bergman, King Queen of Spades, 11 bigs. He is raising the full 3x. Ming in the big, calling 800k more, 5 deuce of clubs. King 6-5 is the flop. And this has got spicy out of nowhere. 9.6 million in the middle. All in the fella, all in the other fella. Turn is the 4. Ming needing help on this river, or Hans will have nearly 10 million chips. It is the ace of spades. Big double here for Hans. Big-ish hit there for Ming. You've heard the man, the blinds are up. Small blind, half or a quarter of a million. Big blind, 500,000 with 500,000 running big blind ante. The 8's raising 2 million. Schulz just calling. With 9's. Action in this hand, guys. We're going 4-way to the flop. Ace, Queen, 8 is the flop. Mac Money flopping a set. No one else really having that much of a hand here. Few draws, of course. Mac Money will take that one down. We'll be playing a stack of nearly 15 million now. Schulz raising 1.5 million with the two black ladies from early position. Going for the full 3x raise size. Sick indeed that the pocket eights couldn't get more money after flopping a set there, but no one really having a hand to defend with. Folded all the way around to the small blind. 10-7 offsuit for Joe. He's playing less than 10 bigs. Decides to give a walk to Hans, who had king 6 offsuit. Oh, we've got a donkey in the house. Hello, donkey. Just in time. Final table has just started. Come on in, the water's lovely. Joe Ryan all in from the button, just under 5 million. He'll take down the blinds and antes. Pocket rockets for Sebastian. Into a full table. going for 1.1 million. King 8-5, all diamonds is the flop. Schulz's pocket 4 is not looking so good. 3 overcards and 3 diamonds. Sebastian going to take this one down with a bet of 1.6 million. The action killer is right. The average stack nearly 10 million now as 8 players remain. Yes, indeed. Once this event finishes in 2 days' time, the World Series of Poker Europe No Limit Hold'em opener, €350 buy-in with a $500,000 guaranteed and 6 World Series of Poker Europe main event tickets guaranteed, will commence. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, tonight is all about crowning a champion of the Dutch Classics. The Dutch won't be happy that they don't have anyone remaining. A Dutchman will not be winning this title. Joe Ryan. All in. KM asks, will I be on comms for the opener? I am not so sure. I will find out. I know I'm not there for the main events. Hopefully you won't miss me too much. You'll have plenty of company from plenty of other commentators, I assume. Joe Ryan taking that one down. Of course you miss Finton. Finton is such a legend. Big shoes to fill, trying to fill in for Finton, I tell you. But I do my best. Ming in the small, less than 10 bigs, 6'5" at diamonds, decides to give a walk to Grecu. Grecu with the Jack Deuce offsuit. Hans Bergman, ace queen off suit. Schultz calling 1.8 million more. Nearly 5 million in the middle already. See the flop? The flop is Jack 7-7, 2 diamonds action. Schultz betting 1.6 million. Hands missing this flop, but he does have the ace of diamonds, decides to let it go. Weird sort of a hand. A lot of money went in pre there. But as it stands, Schultz will add 3 million to his stack.
Cushion oder kämpfen? Dann wir auch mal gekuschelt.
I don't fold that flop either, Donkey, but maybe that's why I'm commentating and I'm not sitting in those seats playing for 50 G's, baby. I would have seen a turn card. Back to the ranch. Mac Money raising 1.2 million. Ming all in for 4.2 with queens. Mac Money going to be basically priced in here. He's got a call. All in the fella. Call the other fella. Just shy of 10 million in the middle. Ming way ahead, but he is the one at risk. The ace 4 of hearts of Mac Money, 30% here to crack the 2 ladies of Ming. Flop is Jack 10-4. Small piece of it for Mac Money, but needing an ace or a 4. Oh my god, he turns the 4. Always a surprise around the corner at Kings. Ming is all but out of here. 6% for him. Heading to this river, he will be our 8th place finisher. It is the King of Hearts. Wow, wee wah, bing bang boom, just like that. Ming has been eliminated. Mac Money will stack those chips and we will be 7-handed. You wanted action, you got action. Mac Money stacking his newfound gold. All those pink chips are $500,000 each, ladies and gentlemen. Unlucky for Ming. He was overwhelming chip leader there for a little while. But as it stands, he will go out in 8th place. Collect €4,870 for his efforts. We will now be 7-handed. All players now guaranteed €6,825. 3 eliminations away from everyone being guaranteed that €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Schulz raising to $1.5 million with Ace King of Hearts from under the gun. It was the shove with the bottom pair that done the damage. Oh my god, hands with pocket rockets. Hello. This is just gonna go. Someone is gonna need the triangle. No, he decides to flat from the small. Surely this screams strength. Jack 9-6 is the flop. And Schulz might have just saved his tournament here. Not his tournament, but he would have been calling the all-in of hands for sure. It's not over yet. Hands asks for the triangle. Declares all in. Sick enough spot for Ace King of Hearts. Just 3.8 million more to call, but the way Hans has played this hand, it's got to be a monster. What are we hoping for? Something like Queen 10 of Spades? Queen 9 of Hearts. We have Hearts in our own hand. Or Queen 10 of Hearts. Or just Queen 10. I mean, there's very few hands he would call a 3x open in the small blind. Given this dynamic, this close to that ticket, these pay jumps, I can't think of a hand in the deck really. I mean, he could have ace jack right KM, but we blocked that significantly, holding ace king in our hand. Whips it over, showing the pocket rockets. I do not like showing there, unless he's planning on making a move by calling a 3x raise from the small blind somewhere down the line. That is not good. But it does mean if he makes a move that they are going to give him the utmost respect that he has a monster. You've got to take into consideration, ladies and gentlemen, this is probably the third time I've mentioned this on stream today, but we have been spoiled for choice on the caliber of play I've been commentating on the last month to 6 weeks. This is a smaller buy-in, and for most people at this table, this is the biggest moment of their poker career. The biggest opportunity they have to get such a significant payday. And that can do weird things with your head, especially when you have been playing for 3 long, hard-fought days. Troglo is showing your hand more frequently, a European thing. I never see it that often. You have made a valid point, but I think it's just a testament to how friendly the environment is at Kings. It's something I see a lot when I'm commentating. The camaraderie at the table, no matter how much money's on the line. In Ireland, this tends to happen a decent amount as well, but there is a lot, copious amounts of alcohol involved. In general, when I used to tour around Europe, I didn't see that much people showing their hands. So I don't know if it's a European thing. The friendlier the environment, the more people tend to show their hands. But a funny observation nonetheless, Troglo. I do feel like they are showing a lot today, more than usual, I would say. Usually there's one guy at the table showing every hand and everyone else kind of shelling up. But today it seems to be reciprocated. A lot of people showing their cards. If one shows, then the other one is showing back, that kind of thing. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Schulz raising to 1.25 million from the small pocket nines. Sebastian calling in the big blind with Queen 8. Mark money raising from the cutoff to 1.2 million with ace-9 offsuit. Always nice to get a walk, although he had a pretty good hand. Greco moving all in from the small. Ace 3 off suit. Joe Ryan with an ace in the big. No, donkey, not true. Hearsay. I just do it this for the love of the game. This is a weird situation because Joe, although he has an ace in the big blind, it's just not going to be good enough to call off here. 3 eliminations away from that ticket. The pay jumps they're playing for and the magnitude at this moment. Shows the ace. Just one of those sticky situations where we have to fold an ace in the big.
I push before, I don't close it the same. And I push it better.
Jorgen raising. Pocket 10s in the cutoff. Sebastian with the pocket rockets again. I think this is his 3rd time to get the pocket rockets. Just calling the 500k. Sneaky. I like it. Joe Ryan has shot himself in the foot here, jamming on the button with 10 high for 10 bigs. Hands with the opportunity to get away from a hand as strong as King Queen of Hearts here. Although this could go sideways. We might see a 3-way all in indeed. Action. I'm getting happy feet here. The thoughts of action. Go on, hands, all in the fella. Huge hand for hands to pick up here over a limp and a jam from 10 bigs on the button. It's just these pay jumps, the ICM involved with that ticket also. He is playing just over 10 million. Doesn't want to immediately risk over 5 million of it. All in the fella. Call Sebastian, the other fella with the aces. Almost 12 million in the middle here. Joe needing help. Needing help quick. Sebastian way out in front here with the pocket rockets. The flop, Jack 4 deuce. No help to Joe. Needs runner now. Turn is to 7, gives him a glimmer of hope. An 8 and an 8 only, where he will be eliminated in 7th place. Joe Ryan has been eliminated in 7th place. Will take home €6,825 for his efforts. So we are 6-handed, ladies and gentlemen. All players now guaranteed €9,100. 2 eliminations away from that ticket. 5 eliminations away from crowning a champion of the Dutch Classics. Hands raising to 5 times the big blind, virtually committing himself there with a 5x raise with the Jeffries on the button. It's just too big of a raise size, regardless of what hand you have. You want to give these players an opportunity to go over the top or to see flops, or just... We don't need to deny our opponent's equity with jacks here by 5xing on the button. Action. Jurgen raising. Mac Money 3 betting to 3.5 million. Sebastian gets rid of his 10s. Thought we were going to see an all-in from the 10s there, given this situation. Is that the second time we've seen him fold pocket 10s, or who folded them the last time? I think it might be the second time we've seen 10s go into the muck in that situation from the same player. Pretty sure it was him as well, KM. There's not many other players left that it could have been. This man, Hans, playing just under 12 million. Sebastian just calling on the button here with ace king off suit. This is a mistake. It's a golden opportunity to pick up nearly 4 million. 3.5 at least. Look at what hands you are letting in here. Grecu getting to complete with 7-4 off suit. But at least we get action. 5.5 million in the pot as we see the flop. Jack 4-3 is the flop. Everyone whiffing apart from Grecu, who has second pair, albeit with a 7 kicker. Sebastian had an opportunity to take a stab at that there. Backdoor clubs working for him. 3 checks also. The turn, however, giving Grecu the 2est of pairs here with the 7 and the 4. $2.2 million is the bet from Grecu. Schulz out of the way. Now Sebastian, he can't do much here. The board just getting worse for him here on the turn. No club, no straight draw, just ace high. What is going on? What is going on? Sebastian has moved all in for 14.2 million. Now, if we are Grecu, there's no harm in us thinking about this, but we block a set of 7s, we block a set of 4s, a set of 3s bets the flop. He doesn't have 4-3, he doesn't have Jack 4, the hand of the year. He doesn't have Jack 3, he doesn't have Jack 7, he doesn't have Jacks. He doesn't have a straight, surely, with 5-6. If you weigh up all the hands that Sebastian could have that beat us, there are very, very few. There's no problem with Grecu tanking here. I would be in the tank, and I want to make sure I'm going to make the right decision. This is for my tournament life with 6 left. I have 7 million behind. He's not going to fold. Grecu, no. This is just a crazy, crazy hand to commentate on. What hand could Sebastian play like this? We're 4 ways to the flop, and he's last to act. There's so many hands he's just not checking back with here on the flop. No, no, he's turned his hand over. I don't believe this. Oh my God. Ruckus at the King's Resort. Understand why he is disgusted. What sort of balls does this man have jamming on that turn over a 2.2 million bet into 3 opponents? How does he move all in? Guess who goes out next? Yes, Greco is going to be tilted for life after that hand. I have commentated on a lot of hands over the last 5 or 6 months, and I did not think we would see a jam from that ace king on the button. Sebastian needs to count his lucky stars. He has no idea how lucky he is. He got his opponent to fold a hand as strong as 2 pair. How does he play ace king that way? Calling pre-flop with the guts of 4 million to take down pre. Checking behind on the flop with backdoor draws and ace high in your hand with 3 checks in front of you. And then finding an all-in on the turn. Wow. Always a surprise around the corner at kings, and that hand was no exception. I mean, that could be hand of the year. It's a top 5, top 3 for sure. No, he doesn't have 3-3. He doesn't have a set of 3s. He's not checking back a set 4 ways. It's just not happening. No, I'm out. I just don't. I don't see it. I don't believe it, and I'm not getting involved in that conversation. Greco now the short stack. Oh my God! Absolute scenes at the King's Resort. Sebastian now way out in front. Not way out in front, but 36 bigs. Greco with 11, Schulz with 15, Jurgen 17, Hans 22, and Mac Money in second place. There are literally no hands I can think of that he should be checking there or would check that he is going to jam the turn with when it's gone 4 ways to the flop. It just doesn't happen.
I'm not joking. I'm honest.
He doesn't have jacks. We would assume he would move all in pre-flop with jacks, but we would also assume he would move all in pre-flop with ace king. He doesn't have 7s and 4s. If he does, we heavily block him with our 2 pair, and he doesn't have 3s. He doesn't have jack 4, he doesn't have jack 7, and he doesn't have jack 3. Call me crazy, but all them combinations are just not in his hand, not in his hand range, going to the flop 4 ways and checking. Maybe some form of a flush draw, but I don't think that just jams all in over the top on the turn. Mac Money betting 1.9 million. Hands with jack 7. The action army on the Twitch chat is going crazy. We love it. Hans taking another pot down. Mac Money losing chunky-ish size bet. Sebastian has ace king once more, this time raising to 1.3 million. 6 players still remaining. He so casually moved all in on that turn on Jack 7-4-3 as well. Like it was nothing. Reactoon says hands don't fold double pair. If we had seen hands fold fold 2 pair there, I think there's a window in this room. I think I would have been out the window, out the fuineog, as we say in Ireland. That would have just been too much. What a game we love and hate, ladies and gentlemen. Absolute scenes. Grecu. It's very hard to regroup, or I always talk about having to stay composed and regroup, realize the hand's over. But in Grecu's shoes, that is something that's going to stain. Very hard to just let that one go. You got to feel for the man, but at the same time, had he thought about it for a bit longer, he'd realize he can't be folding. What happened was, Deuce, he turned 2 pair, Grecu, at 7-4 on Jack 4-3-7. 2 clubs on the flop. We're 4-way to the flop. Sebastian had ace king that he should have jammed pre, in all likelihood. All players check on the flop. Grecu bets 2.2 million with his 2 pair on the turn, leaving himself at 7 million behind. And Sebastian on the button decides to go all in for 14 million with ace king offsuit. And that got Grecu to go into the tank and fold his 2 pair face up and get shown ace king. And the crowd went wild. That's Cliff Notes about what happened. You will see that hand again, I am sure. Ace king popping up all over the shop here. Surprise, surprise, ace king is back. I talk about other people staying composed at the final table. I'm struggling to find composure after some of the hands I've seen today. I've got ants in my pants, as we will play down to a winner at the King's Resort live from Rozvadov tonight. Grecu, 11 bigs in the small blind 300k, big blind 600k with a 600k running big blind ante. Gives a fold to hands, and in all likelihood Grecu needs to be shoving these ones and pick up his blinds and antes. The stack will just get devoured. And Mark Muddy moving all in with the King 6 after Hans limping. Hans playing 22 million now. That's a force to be reckoned with at this table. Obviously Sebastian playing in or around the exact same amount. Hands with the raise to 1.3 million on the button. Hijack for Grecu, ace 4 off suit, lets it go. Mac money all in for 12 bigs on the button. 13 big blinds almost. 15 big blinds now. kings for Schulz. And look at this, Sebastian, ace king of clubs, just calls from the small, playing 22.22 million. This is crazy. This has allowed hands in. We are 3 ways to the flop, ladies and gentlemen. Absolute action. Kings for Schulz. Ace king of clubs for Sebastian. And hands is somehow sandwiched in between the two of them with 6-5 of spades. You've got to love it. 6 million in the pot. Check, check. Over to Schulz. Schulz probably just going to move all in. Sebastian has no idea how lucky he is here once again. And now it's Hans, who probably fancies himself here with his pair of fives. Who are you, Donkey says, poker is finished for me after this night. Oh. Me too, buddy. Me too. If only for a short while. Hans gets out of the way. And as it stands, Sebastian, say what you want about him, has just lost the absolute minimum with ace king suited. Hands flopping 2 pair. Grecu, no piece of it here in the big blind. Hands betting 600k. Grecu lets it go. Well, Donkey says it's bingo night, yeah, but it's high stakes bingo, buddy. 60 G's, baby, including the ticket at stake here. Schulz in the hijack. We see the flop, king 7-5, hands with a pair of sevens, jack kicker, Schulz, backdoor diamonds, working for him in the betting lead from the hijack. bets 1.5 million. Turn coming, the king of spades. Schulz betting 2 million this time. It's not a big enough bet here to try to get Bergman to fold a 7 or even a 5. River coming the 9 of hearts. And now the flush completing, the straight completing. This is a terrible card for Schulz to continue firing on. But on the flip side of that, it's hard for Bergman to call unless he has a made hand. But there are more hands that beat us on this river after hands has called flop and turn. So in general, we just want to wave the white flag here. The problem is there is almost 11 million in the pot. Okay. I was about to say, hence the expression as greedy as a pig. When we see the pot with over 10 million in there, it's hard to concede, and a shove might have happened, but that 9 just completes everything. Here is the update now. Hands pulling away in the lead. Sebastian 10 big blinds behind him. Mac Money with 15. Jorgen 12. Schulz with 8. And last place, Grecu with 8 big blinds also. Grecu folding on the button here. He can't keep folding like this. He needs to take down the blinds and antes more to put himself in contention to get back in this, secure his ticket and try win this title. Hard to regroup after that hand, crippling him mentally, physically and spiritually. He will take that one down. Greco in the cutoff. 8 big blinds. Ace-5 off suit. All in the fella. Hands on the button. All in front of him. Ace-Jack off suit. Asking for a count. Hands folding. Greco has no idea how lucky he is to survive that one. Hands folding Ace-Jack, and the world keeps on spinning. Greco all in the fella. Pocket sixes. Hands with an easy decision this time. Gets rid of the Jack Deuce off suit. Ace-8 for Mac money on the button. Everyone folding. Schulz all in. Jurgen most likely will call this. King 10 of spades. 5.5 bigs more for him to call. All clubs. Schulz free rolling now, needing a club. Turn is the king of diamonds. Just a club, or this one will go down to Splitsville. Would have been cruel. Does not happen. Oh, glad that you're back, Apocalypse. You haven't missed anything, I swear. Nothing to see here. Sebastian all in the fella. There's a few broken parachutes around the place, all right. Jurgen now in the small, all in for him to call with ace-10 of clubs. 11 big blinds to start the hand. Jurgen way ahead here as we hit the flop, and that flop is amazing for his hand. Pair of tens, no flush draw, 92% here to double up. The turn is the jack of spades. Sebastian can get a chop. Jurgen hitting a full house on the river will indeed double up. There will be a break after the next hand, ladies and gentlemen. I, for one, am going to get a cup of coffee, some chocolate biscuits. Mac Money folding King Queen of Spades from early position or not. The graphics have just gone away for a moment. Hands calling 700k more. No, I don't think he folded. I think that's his hand. King Queen of Spades. Just can't see the cards. The flop is King 7-5. And if he does indeed have King Queen of Spades, this could be huge trouble for hands. Although Mac Money has him covered. All in the fella. Hands isn't going to be folding this anytime soon for 7.675 million more. This is action. If hands finds a laydown here, there will be some laydown. I believe Mac Money has King Queen of Spades. No, you're dead right, Choglo. I think it was just a graphic error, that's all. could be a significant hit to Hans' stack, but he can't afford it. Well, what's Mac Money jamming over the top with here? He doesn't really have King 10, King 9 in his opening range. And that's, say what you want, guys, that is an incredible fold from Hans. Mandrulia, you nailed it. It's hard to think the undergun is shoving with a worse kicker. If he had a flush draw, he might just continue. He mightn't just jam. Hero fold. Not all heroes wear capes. We'll be back in a few moments for more action live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov as we will bring the Dutch Classics to a conclusion and crown yet another champion back in a few.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8! Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8! Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets. The biggest poker names. 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8! Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
Over there, you have it. 5-hole. That's 400, 800, and 800. Sharp value, please.
Alrighty, we are back for more action and the conclusion of the Dutch Classics. 6 players still remaining. Small blind 400k, big blind 800k, with an 800k running big blind ante. King Jack off suit on the button for Grecu. All in the fella. Hands with pocket fives in the small blind. He does make the call for 6.4 million. So all in the fella, call the other fella. Hands with the pocket fives and slightly ahead of Grecu. Grecu all in for 6.8 million with the chance to double up to 15.2. Big moment here for both players as we see the flop, which is ace 9-7. No help to Grecu. Hands his fives way out in front here. 70% as we hit the turn. Turn is the three of spades. All looking good for hands. Needs to dodge a king or a jack. Grecu needing to hit a king or a jack. Doesn't hit it. He has been eliminated in 6th place. Grecu gonna have some turmoil and trauma over certain decisions made at this final table. Go straight to the bar, Grecu. Think about it tomorrow. Five remain, and that means it is bubble time. But no ordinary bubble is taking place, ladies and gentlemen. This bubble, on top of the pay jump, also contains €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. All players now guaranteed €12,420. So we are looking at the guts of a €15,000 bubble between 5th and 4th place. Hans is the man to beat now, playing 34 million. Min raises on the button, gets called by Schulz, who's got 3 big blinds remaining. Oh, sorry, it's 800k for him to call. He'll be left with 2 million. Good opportunity for him to just stick it in, honestly. This is a great opportunity for him to double up, get something going. If he loses, he loses. He's got the pay jump from 6th to 5th. Granted, there is a €10,000 ticket up for grabs, but he's not going to find much better situations to get the last of his biscuits across that line with Jack 10 of hearts. Come on, YOLO. Live a little. Small blind is about to hit you also. You're going to be running on fumes. The blinds and antes are going to come around fast. Hard to find a hand as good as Jack 10, but he goes for it. All in the fella, call the other fella. 8.4 million in the middle here. Schulz, the one at risk. Hans with the chance to eliminate 2 players back to back. Big flop coming up for Schulz. The flop is 4 deuce deuce. Great start for Hans. 1 heart in it for Schulz. Running hearts. The Jack or 10. Third is the King of Diamonds. He's down to 11%. Schulz needing help on this river. He will be eliminated in 5th place. It is the 10. He's hit the river. Now we'll play a stack of just over 10 big blinds. The rest of the table naturally elated for him. They all really wanted to see a 10 on that river or a jack. Apocalypse says folding Jack 10 is illegal. Barely legal. Barely illegal. River magic, so 5 remain. The bubble continues. The whole table just 1 card away from securing a €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket, but it was not to be. The battle continues. Live at this feature table from Rozvadov is the King's Resort Dutch Classics. Hands raising to 2.2 million with Queen 9 of Hearts from the cutoff. The Nightbot must be on drugs because he thinks it's the Party Poker Championship Czech main event. I can assure you this is the Dutch Classics. It says it in the background. Someone is pulling strings behind the scenes. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Hans with the ace king of clubs. Raises 2.2 million to go. Hans will stack them. Chips. Sebastian all in from the button, pocket nines. Yes, KM, congrats on completing your rowing session. I'm surprised you didn't have a heart attack in the process of that ace-king shove on the 3-4 jack-7. Get hyped. The Action Army, get hyped. 61,000 for first indeed. Final 5 of the €250 Dutch Classics main event live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. On the biggest of the bubbles these men could find themselves in. Such a huge, huge bubble that is rarely found in the poker circuits. Not only do you have to worry about the pay jumps, this ticket is worth so many buy-ins. So a 250 buy-in is 40 buy-ins. All in the fella, Sebastian, king queen off suit. It's a big shove for 13 million. Not really sure what Hans is thinking about here. Maybe he's just running down the clock, saving some face. Entitled to take his time, of course. The more time he runs down, actually, the better, because he's sitting pretty here with 34 million. That is a strategy that should be implemented. It does indeed do just that. Donkey says, I think all that tanking is for somebody to bust the bubble from the outer. There is no outer table. Oh my god. This guy. Never a dull moment with this donkey. Maybe someday you'll turn into a noble steed. But as it stands, Sebastian betting 1.6 million on King, Queen, Deuce, 2-heart board into hands who has not connected well with that board. Sebastian neither, but Sebastian taking that one down. He dumped in on this flop. This guy plays very, very unconventional. Say what you want about him. He saved himself losing his stack, or a good portion of it, twice in weird situations where other people would just go broke. And then obviously there was the hand of the year, that ace king. So a limp and a check. 5-3 deuce, 1 diamond is the flop. Bet 2 million from Jurgen will take this one down. Mac Money folding his pocket sixes with 10 big blinds. Schultz folding king 8 with 7. These guys are going to get very shallow very quick. Jurgen limping, hands shoving, Jurgen folding.
Erste war König, zweite nicht gut.
Hands in the small. 33 million. Takes it down. Back money, small blind, ace queen off suit, all in the fella. Schulz calling with the king deuce off suit. I'm not so sure about this. Mac Money way out in the lead here, and a chance to knock Schulz out and secure the ticket for the table, including himself. Schulz still with 34%. The flop is Jack 8-3. Good flop for Mac Money. Schulz in trouble, needing a deuce or a king, or he will be our 5th place finisher. Cannot get the job done on this occasion. Schulz has been eliminated in 5th place. He will take home €12,420. All players remaining have secured that ticket and are guaranteed a minimum of €16,250. Let the games begin. The bubble is burst, and now it's a race for the title. 4 head cases remain. Only one will be the victor.
Danke übrigens. Ja, sehr gerne. Sehr gerne.
Imagine, just imagine all those people playing for the World Series of Poker Europe main event title. It'll be a hell of a fight to the finish line. Sebastian all in from the small blind, queen 9 off suit. Jürgen will fold his 10-6 of clubs. Sebastian will take down the blinds and antes.
Ja, natürlich. Man muss ja klein anfangen. Ne? Nächstes Jahr ist dann was, oder? Ja, schon.
Nog maar waar, ik vind veel alleen.
Jürgen with the min raise on the button, king jack off suit, hands with pocket fours in the small blind. calls for 1.2 million more. Top is 988. 5 million in the middle. Bet from Jürgen. Bet from Hans, 2.2 million. We'll take this one down. Not giving Jürgen an opportunity to bet. Sebastian getting a walk. Sebastian limping, Jürgen checking his option. Jack 7-3 is the flop. Sebastian betting 2.1 million. Top is the pairs. Takes it down. Apocalypse UK said one thing, we could say it's been a bad standard and should have done this or that, but they're all playing 10k next month and locked up at least 16,000 euro. I don't think bad standard is the right word. I just think it's a different caliber, it's a different buy-in. Most of these players are recreationals, I would assume, and this is one of the biggest moments that they will ever have on the felt, most likely, and therefore the pressure of the moment gets to people. They play a bit irregular, shall we say. But that is a very good point. They have all secured a 10,000 euro ticket and locked up a minimum of 16,000 euro. Hands all in from the small, playing over 40 million now. All in and call. Hands with ace-6 of hearts. Mac Money with the best of it here. 69% with his ace-jack offsuit. 20 million in the middle here. The flop. King 8-4. Good start for Mac Money. Only one heart in it for hands. Needs a 6 or some runner. Hits a 6 on the turn. Mac Money now in dire straits as we hit the river, needing a jack. The jack only. It does not come. Mac Money has been eliminated in fourth place. We are going to go three-handed, and Hans has a commanding chip lead with 52 million chips. All players now guaranteed a minimum of €21,600. See how they are shaping up. Hans is out in front by a landslide. Jürgen with 10 bigs, Sebastian with 21, and Hans with 64. 51 million playing 17, playing 8. KM, you are killing me with your comments. Oh. KM wants us to know he just took a shower, saw his Bird's facial cleanser thing and thought, why not? His face smells really nice now. He wanted us all to know. Well, sure, you could use it the next time before you go playing live poker. You'll smell really nice at the table. I'm sure everyone would appreciate that. Thanks for letting us know. Become like one of these radio shows where I read out your problems. Okay, Jürgen all in from the small. Hans with a chance to eliminate an opponent here with King 6 of Hearts. Blind v blind for 10 bigs. This is a great opportunity to go heads up against Sebastian with an even bigger chip lead. Yes, he does indeed make the call. Big moment here for both players. Hans with the chance to eliminate Jürgen. Jürgen with the chance to double up. 45% with his Queen 9 of diamonds ain't looking too bad. It's almost a fair fight as we will see the flop. $18 million in the middle. Six, 4, 3. Great start for Hans. Jürgen needing help. The turn bringing him help with the 9. We'll see the river. River, another 9. Sit back down, Jürgen.
8,500,000. 7,500,000.
Oh, I'm not going to say that one for a while. My sayings are getting a bit outdated now. I'm going to have to get out my notepad and write new ones. Don't want to get stale. Don't want to become like a stale, moldy piece of bread around here. To stay fresh, keep the regs guessing. Hence the expression, as greedy as a pig. Really felt like it was going to be going heads up there. Heads up with hands. But it wasn't to be. We are still three-handed. And it is all to play for. Sebastian and Jurgen playing a very similar stack now. But it's still hands with a commanding chip lead with 45 million.
Raise 2,700,000. 2,700,000.
2.5 mil is the bet from Sebastian. Call from the small blind from Sebastian. Jurgen checking in the big blind with ace-6 off suit. The flop is 7-6-4, 2 clubs. Check from Sebastian, check back by Jurgen. Don't really understand the check from Sebastian. He had good shot straight draw on 2 overcards, just deciding to fold, check the flop and then check fold the turn. Very passive play from Sebastian. Call from Jurgen in the small, check from hands in the big. 10-7-4 is the flop. Open ender for Jurgen, top pair for hands. It somehow goes check check. The turn 2 pair for hands. And a straight for Jurgen.
Raise 4 million.
And a raise to 4 million.
Raise 6.5. 8 less 1.5 is 6.5.
See what's happened here is he's tried to call, but he's left out the 500,000 chips, so therefore that would indicate it has to be a min raise.
Florman.
We'll be calling the floor on this one. I can't see a world where all of this doesn't go in.
Raise 4 million and he put 5.6. 5.5. Good, but you put 5.5.
Look how much. 6.5.
Was hast du gesetzt?
Ich denke 6.
6,5 Millionen.
It's okay.
No, no, good. I excuse me. What is it? Was 5.5 or 6.5?
I don't know.
You know, guys? Okay, I'll check it. 1 second.
Hast du angespielt?
Anderthalb.
Anderthalb.
Now, has this action given away the strength of either of these players' hands?
Rechts, dann ist das Race okay.
Jurgen just with 11.8 million behind. This seems to be a call for 2.5 million more.
Du hast 4 sind 2,5 mehr. Du musst 6,5 raisen.
They are getting a second ruling on this, it seems.
So ist die Ruhe. Warten wir mal ab. Zeit hätte ich stoppen können.
Just waiting to see what develops here. Looks like there will be a second ruling. It seems like all the money will get in the middle. Maybe his best bet is just to get it all in on the turn and get called by a hand exactly like the one Hans has.
Das Schöne ist, dass es keiner so richtig fit ist. Das ist so geil. Aber ich bin mir eigentlich sicher, dass ich 6,5.
And it's very telling the longer that this goes on that Jurgen has a really strong hand. Not that Hans doesn't have a very strong hand also, but it is not the nut straight. KM has a very good point there. The flush draw is set. We'll get it in now as well. If the river is not a club, then the flush draw folds. If it is a club, then the set might fold. What is the value of not getting it in now? The value would be if Hans was somehow bluffing, but it wouldn't really be his style. From Hans' spot, it might just have jammed and not made it 4 million. And if I was going to raise, I'd raise bigger, set up a river jam. There's a lot of bad rivers that kill my action with my 2 pair. I just kind of want to get the money in now against a combo draw or something that might stack off, like a better 10 that doesn't contain 2 pair, like Jack 10, Queen 10, King 10, Ace 10. And here we go, folks. 10.4 million in the middle as we will see the river. What a bloody action killer. My God, after all that. Oh, dearie me. Jorgen scoops it. Okay, dealer. Deal one more hand, please. That is why we shoved the turn. Although, as played, Hans has saved himself 10 or 12 million chips, which is huge at this moment in time.
There's 5 million.
Jorgen raising to 2 million. Hans 3 more million for him to call after the 3 bet has come to the tune of 5 million. Sebastian taking that one down. Someone won something. Relax, buddy, you won €35. At least €50, surely. Hans limping on the button, mixing up his strategy. Sebastian coming along the small blind with 8-4 offsuit. Jorgen checking his option with 9-4 offsuit. The flop coming ace-3 deuce rainbow. $2 million bet from Sebastian. 2 million fold. And now the action on Hans with second pair, king kicker, and a chance to see the turn card for 2 million. $2 million to bet, 2 million to call, 6 million in the middle, 8 million in the middle as we see the turn. The turn is the jack of spades. Sebastian ain't slowing down. This guy pulls bluffs out of his arse from nowhere. Did have a inside straight draw. Go with his 8 high. Sebastian raising from the button to 2.2 million. Hands in the big blind. 1.2 million to call. Re-jamming. Good man hands. Pocket fours all in for hands. Sebastian folding. And Drulia says the sun is just rising outside his window. The sun is just setting. It's well set in Ireland. Winter is coming. Winter is here. Very little sun. I'm just about to start watching the new series, Enter the Dragon, or whatever it's called. House of Dragons. The last episode was out there. No spoilers, please. I like to watch once the season is fully completed, so I'm not waiting and hanging like a junkie waiting for the next episode. Meanwhile, Jürgen has moved all. Jürgen has opened from the button to 2 million. Hans has moved all in from the small. Sebastian has the same hand in the big blind, but with this action behind him, he's most likely going to have to fold. I don't know, Game of Thrones kind of lost me since I seen Khaleesi and Jon Snow ride away on a dragon. I know what happened in the end, but once that happened in Game of Thrones, it kind of threw me off. Call on the button from Sebastian for 1 million with King 7 of Hearts. Jürgen with the decision in the small with 9-8 off suit. Will complete his option. Hands with Jack 3 off suit the big. Looks like we're going to get a family pot. Family hot pot here. 4 million in the middle. Queen A5 is the flop. Jürgen. Sebastian with the bet of 2 million with King 7 of Hearts. Jürgen with second pair. 9 kicker decides to fold. Sebastian will scoop that one. Hands in the small, King 9 off suit. Raises to 3.5 million. We'll take that one down. Hands raises to 2 million. Sebastian in the small with pocket sevens. Hands with the king eight of clubs. Sebastian with the 3 bet. This is risky business. Basically just a min raise with a little bit of cheese on top. Just 2.5 million more for hands to see a flop here with such a pretty hand in the king eight of clubs. King Jack 3 is the flop. Option on Sebastian, 11 million in the middle. Hands betting 4 million. What is going on here? Sebastian with the raise to 9 million. Hands with the all in over the top. Action at the King's Resort. Wow. He didn't even think twice about it. Just all in over the top with the king 8 with the 2 flush draws out there. What an entertaining day of action at the King's Resort. The Dutch Classics has not disappointed, that's for bloody sure. Sevens all in pre would have avoided a lot of that carnage. Indeed, Donkey, the most fun day of my life, yeah, the most fun day of my life so far. Hands limping, Sebastian checking with 7 big blinds behind with Jack 10 of clubs. The flop is 7-7 deuce. 1 million is the bet from hands. End of hand. Sebastian in the small, all in for 7 million. Jürgen in the big with Queen 7 off suit. Jürgen calling for 6 million more with Queen 7. 15 million in the middle. King 9 7 is the flop. Deuce of clubs is the turn. Jürgen way behind here. Sebastian set to double up to 15 million. He does do just that. Jürgen now with 4 bigs, Sebastian with 15 and Hans with 56. Hans runaway bride here. Just has to remain composed, get heads up, not double up anyone. He's in pole position to take down this title. He already is. But anything can happen. Hans raising 2.5 million. Sebastian just calling. Brings along Jürgen to go all in for 3.2 million total. So just 1.2 million more. So just 1.2 million more for Hans. 700k more for Hans to call and 1.2 million more. Sebastian moves all in over the top. Hans calls. We've got a 3-way all in. Action. So much crazy action at this final table. Sebastian with ace queen of clubs. Jürgen with the ace 9. Hans with the call. He'll still have 41.2 million if he loses this, but a chance to win the title here. King 8-5 all clubs. Jürgen is out the door. Sebastian doubles up and we're going to have a heads up battle. And it's going to be nearly even Stevens because Sebastian is going to have 35.2 million. Hans will have 41.2. Well played, Jurgen. Will win that €10,000 ticket and take home €21,600 for his efforts. Now we have a heads-up battle that's going to commence fairly shortly after we take a very short break. 50 G's for first, 30 G's for second. Things have evened out considerably. Hans with 41 big blinds, Sebastian 35. Who will be crowned the champ of the Dutch Classics? Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov tonight. Find out in just a few moments.
Break, guys? 5 minutes? Break?
10 minutes.
Then? Okay, so 10 minutes break.
Oh, I did not break.
10 minutes. You can sustain it, not like after. 10 minutes break.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets. The biggest poker names. 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8! Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Alrighty. We are back live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov for the conclusion of the Dutch Classics. The heads-up battle between Sebastian and Hans has commenced. 36 big blinds plays 40, small blind a half a mil, big blind a mil with a mil running big blind ante. So Sebastian has called on the button with 10-7 offsuit, Hans in the big with 8-6 offsuit. Flop is ace, 8-6. Bet at 2 million from Hans, fold from Sebastian. He had an inside straight draw and some backdoor flush draw opportunities. Hands raising from the button at Queen 7. Sebastian folding the 8 deuce. Raise the 2.5 million from the button of Sebastian. Hands in the big blind with Queen Deuce of Hearts. Calls for 1.5 million more. Flop is 10-6-4, 2 diamonds. Ace 10 on the button for Hans. Raise 2.5 million. King 8 for Sebastian. Will call. Flop is 9-9-8. Good flop for Sebastian. 3 million is the bet. Hands raising to 7 million for Sebastian. Insta shoving over the top with King 8. Hands will fold. He'll have 30 million left, and Sebastian now approaching 50 million. Sebastian with the limp, Hands with the bump up. With the king jack off suit, will take that one down. It's looking like that, alright, KM, but anything can happen in the heads-up battle, as you know. The limp from Hands, the check from Sebastian, the lead from Sebastian with a pair of sevens. Hands folds. Sebastian folding his 8-3 of diamonds on the button. Hands taking the chips with 10-8. Money in the boot, Glock in the pocket, Hands on the button, ace-9 off suit. Another 35 euro banked. Hands at the 3.5x open, Sebastian with the 2.5x call. Ace-9 plays king-6 of clubs, 8 million in the middle as we see the flop. The flop is 10-9 jack. Straight draw for Sebastian. Pair of 9s for Hands. Hands bets 3.5, takes it down. Would like to see Sebastian continue there with backdoor clubs. A good shot straight draw. And an overcard. Sebastian with the raise, 2.5 million in Hands. 3 betting to 6. This is about to get spicy. 13 million in the middle as we will see the flop heads up. 10-5-5. Hands just moving all in. Sebastian folding. Hans regains the chip lead now. 41 big blinds, plays 35. All in and call, 70 million in the middle, just like that. Bing, bang, boom. Where the hell did this happen from? So quick. All in the fella, all in the other fella. Sebastian with the king, 6 of clubs. Hans with big slickens, ace king off suit. Hans has Sebastian covered. Sebastian needing to get lucky here, or the title is going to Hans Bergman. 10-8-4 does not bring help for Sebastian, just 15%. Turn is the king of spades. Sebastian needing a 6 and a 6 only, or we will have our champion, the river, the jack of spades. Hans Bergman has eliminated Sebastian in second place and has won the Dutch Classics title. What an entertaining day of action. What more could we ask for? So much all-ins, ups, downs, smiles and frowns. So that is our worthy champion, Hans Bergman. An unconventional style. Played some really interesting hands and got there in the end. Massive congrats to Hans Bergman and commiserations to Sebastian, finishing in second place. Made some really interesting, creative bluffs earlier on. That's going to do it for me. Take one last look at your champion, Hans Bergman. Will win 60 G's, baby, including the ticket. Second place, winning 40 G's, including his ticket. Thoroughly enjoyed this Dutch Classics. For now, I will say my goodbyes. I've been Action Dan. You've been a great audience. Good night.